Well, hello everybody and welcome to the Virtual World Sportscar Championship Historic here from Silverstone, ready for round 6 of our championship. 250 kilometres around the historic layout of this historic circuit indeed. I'll tell you a little bit about that layout, of course, in a few moments' time. But yeah, just to let you know, it's to myself, Ian Leary, and just me here today, pending Ross Smith's participation in the race, of course, hoping that he does get to the end and have a good race. But he said if not, he'll come and join me in the broadcast booth a little bit later on in the race. But yeah, there it is, the alternative layout of this Silverstone circuit with not quite the absolute original one, but with a couple of chicanes in there as well, just before that final turn. If you can imagine, the start-finish line of the track map on the right-hand side is sort of, down that right-hand side, if you like, just before the right-hander, which we still know as Copse Corner as turn 1 around this circuit. But yeah, this is round number 6 of the Virtual World Sportscar Championship Historic Series. Last time out, it was at the 250 kilometres at Monza, of course. We are now into the part of the season where it is only 250 kilometre races from now until the very finish, as the Scotland grid, by the way, is just going through on your screen at the moment, with Daniel Kirby taking the pole, with Becky Lee Clark alongside Rado Beninka and Ethan Funk, then on row 2. I think this is still correct as of that qualifying session. Tom Lane's in 5th ahead of Ross Smith. He's actually got the pole position in the Prime class with only 3 drivers in it today. Robin Moling and Ilko Bussing are then on row 4. After that, it is Magnus Dahlgren with Oliver Day rounding out the top 10. Dan Hurlock is next to the Philippe Ducati. He is in that second place in the prime class. Then it's Maximilian Petrovsky, who is on pole of the AMS. Tony McCoffin is not part of the AMS. Jerry Chen and Jules Lalonde are, though, and they are second and third in that class. 17th is George Antolidis with Timon Suvic just behind. JT Tami and Scar Pope round out the top 20. Expect those two to work their way through the field here today. Then it's Carl Stroll, Vasilis Katranakis, Brian Hall, and Daryl Kruger at the back of the field with Peter Meyer and Matthew Sibagnoni. On the very back of the field on the final row, there they are, row 13 for those two. Speaking of Peter Meyer, actually reminds me that we do have a couple of penalties to think about over the course of this this race. Not entirely sure what the eventual outcome is going to be for some of them, but next to Peter Meyer's name is both the detailing of a drive-through and a stop and hold 10 seconds. I'm not sure whether both of those apply or just one, but the same is for Scar Pope. Alexander Schultz, Nicholas Kirsten and Adrian Rice also have outstanding penalties, but none of them are here today to clear those outstanding penalties. Unfortunately, they might well stay to the very end of the season, those penalties, which would be a shame. But if they do return, then they will have to serve those again before the end of this race. We're all just underway at the moment. And as I say, it is an alternative version of the Silverstone circuit here today. The chicane just before that final corner. Noting the start, really, this layout notes the start of some changes that started to be made around this time in the Silverstone's history. Firstly, that sort of small chicane that sent the cars right, then left, then right through the woodcut, which is not a chicane anymore. But this is sort of a more revised version at the moment. It's it moves effectively to the left first, and it's sort of a bit more well thought out. Sort of the starts of the Luffield corners that we now know. Not too many years after this, actually, the circuit was completely reimagined, actually, to include Maggots and Beckett's. And the sort of or the bridge corners, what it's called, and then Brooklands that was at the top of the hill. That was all come in all at once there, in a real load of changes all at once. That really did change this circuit, but I'm very glad, I've got to say personally, that we are on a layout like this that does still hark back to the past in the Silverstone's history. Very, very fast race. So we will look forward to that in a moment. The Monza race, by the way, in case you weren't with us, it was only, 1 hour 15? 1 hour 14, sorry, for 250 kilometres. So that just gives you an idea. Some of these faster racetracks are, they don't take very much time at all for 250 kilometres. And that is something we're likely to see here again. As I mentioned, Ross Smith may well be joining me over the course of this broadcast at some stage, but certainly for the beginning of this broadcast, Ross, you're able to chat along. Tell us a little bit about that qualifying session. It seems that you found yourself up towards the front, at least in your class there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a characteristic of the marches. They march on towards the front, and that's kind of their one-trick pony show. Unfortunately for us, our strategy is mostly limited to just basically getting a hot lap in and then trying to hold everyone back. But The Porsches are for sure going to be indomitable. You can see that they pepper that entire front of the grid. So they've kind of got a lock on everything here, barring complications with each other, or the track, their setups, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're going to do our best, try and bring some points home. I've got my own personal fight here with Tony Compton, and we've got a new member on our team to take on the Leons who are not here today. And that's Cardi, who's come over. He's moved up to Pro-Am just for this series, so that way we can have a shot at, if nothing else, at least taking home the team's championship.
Absolutely, that's something I need to actually just run through before the race start. Obviously, the championship standings, because as far as the drivers are concerned, in a couple of the classes, it's very, very, very close after 5 rounds. Although we are about halfway through the year, so still plenty of time for that to still change. But how are you guys getting on with this older version of the Silverstone circuit? As I mentioned, I was just talking about, in the early 90s, this circuit went through a huge change to make it a bit more like what you know and love today. But this circuit is so different to that, and yeah, it's very, very fast as a result. How have you been getting on with it? How has everyone been getting on with it as a whole?
As a whole, I mean, I think it's generally being enjoyed. We've run a couple historic versions of this track over the course of the past few historic seasons at Champion Motorsports, and I think that the general consensus is that most drivers here enjoy the previous layouts of Silverstone before, you know, the whole Formula One takeover in the mid 2000s and beyond. Honestly, they kind of butchered that entire last section, and yeah, I won't say too much about it. But yeah, overall, I think everyone really likes it. It's a challenge just because it is so much faster. You know, there's less to do with the technical sections, and it's just executing on that the corner exit speed. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of double duty here. But yeah, it's everyone really likes it. You know, the bumps here are very challenging, especially right off a club, which if you don't get right can send you off into oblivion. But when you nail some of these corners, it's heavenly. You know, the car just plants itself, and you can just take off and row through the gears, and it feels amazing. But dip a wheel or do something wrong, and you have the complete opposite effect.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely no room for error around here. We've seen that time and again this season. It won't be a surprise that this circuit doesn't have any runoff area or whatever, because that's just not the not what was going on at the time. It's that part is not going to be a particular surprise. But there we go. Anyway, Ross, I'll let you go now, because I've just seen the session go forward. So good luck for the race, and well, I hope you do well. But also, you might join me later on if not. So you know, not sure how to balance that. But anyway, good luck for the race.
Thanks, I really appreciate it, and good luck to you. You know, everybody give a round of applause to Ewan here, who's going solo today. So thank you for coming in and doing that for us.
I'm indeed. No worries at all. Looking forward to it. Ross, thanks very much. We'll definitely chat to you later on, before, after, or during the race.
Look forward to it.
Yes, that's Ross Smith, who will about be getting onto the grid here for the start of 54 laps around this Silverstone circuit for 250 kilometres this afternoon. As I mentioned, I'll quickly rip through the championship standings while the race is ready to start. Eduardo Beninca's leading by 20 points in the pro standings. That's pretty significant for him. Tony McCuffin leading the pro-ams by just 1 point ahead of Ross, who we were just chatting to there. In the AM class as well, we've got Peter Meyer tied on points with George Antolidis at the moment, but Jerry Chen only 6 points further behind. So very, very close in 2 of those 3. And that is going to be something to look forward to for indeed this race, as the drivers now pull away off the starting grid and head their way onto a formation lap. I think everybody got onto the grid. Yes, they did. All 26 drivers at least survived that opening ordeal of the race. So they will do a formation lap. They'll bring themselves back towards the start-finish line. They'll get on with what's going to be a very, very quick race, I've got to say, for this one. Probably not much longer than the Monza race, which was 1 hour 14 in total. 2 very, very fast circuits back to back, and the Hockenheim ring is going to be next up. That's going to be equally as fast. Looking forward to that one a lot as well, actually. In just 2 weekends' time, you can catch that 250 kilometres from the Hockenheim ring. A very good evening, though, to all of you who have just tuned in time for the race start here at Silverstone. I know that some of you were waiting for the other stream to start up. We've, as Ross alluded to there, had a couple of problems this afternoon with personnel. But we are, well, I'm here anyway, so we can bring you the stream. The cameras are doing themselves, so do excuse them for looking at something you might not want to see. I've not got any control over them, and neither has anybody in the world. They are controlling themselves, an auto camera to show hopefully what should be the most action-packed parts of the racetrack. Hopefully it does a good job of that and we can watch. Either way, I've got access to live time and can tell you what's going on around the circuit that you're not looking at any given moment on the screen. So hopefully that will be enough to keep you across everything that's going to go on over the course of 250 kilometres. In case you've not seen this series before, this is the Virtual World Sports Car Championship Historics, modelled on the 1985 World Sports Car Championship season. Means we're taking on some circuits and layouts from the era. This is actually a 1988 build of Silverstone, which is actually a couple of years after this circuit was changed, and that Luffield chicane I was talking about was added. It's not really any different though. The Luffield chicane is just a better version of the woodcut chicane, which is a really small and awkward chicane that looks very temporary really, but it was in fact used for 11 years between 1975 and 1986. So we've gone for the slightly more well thought out Luffield chicane, as I mentioned earlier on. That's where they're just bringing themselves into at the moment, just after you've gone through the scarily fast Abbey curve. Sorry, not the Abbey curve. No, it is. That's what it's called. Through that section, then into Farm, and then you get to this chicane. Here it is. The tyre wall's ready to collect you if you brake a little bit too late. I'm sure somebody's going to do that at some point here tonight. But hopefully not off the start, as this race now brings itself to its start. Daniel Kirby in that 001, getting ready to unleash these cars for 250 kilometres here tonight. We're underway from Silverstone in round 6 of the Virtual World Sports Car Championship, modelled on 1985. As we get underway, it's a big slide from Funk through turn number 1, but everybody gets underway well. Becky Lee-Clark under pressure immediately here through the very fast left-hander at Maggots there. Now down towards Beckett. It's a lot slower of a corner these days than what it is today, and that is Funk down the inside and through. Just in the background, Molin gets past Ross Smith, who is still leading the Pro-Am class. Further back, this is Jules Alon side by side with Descartes, and he's not got the exit particularly there, I've got to say. Coming off of Beckett's, now out of Chapel they go and onto the Hangar Straight, but it's Daniel Kirby who leads. Eduardo Beninca just in behind. Don't forget, Beninca is our championship leader, winner of 2 of the last 3 races, and he was second in the one in the middle at Le Mans, where he didn't take the win, of course. Instead, that went to Scar Pope in that very attritional race it was, actually, around the classic Le Mans circuit with no Mulsanne chicanes. We haven't seen very much of Daniel Kirby this season. In fact, I'd go as far to say I don't think we've seen him at all in 2025 historics, and this would be a great start for him if he could just get off to a win, so he's not going to be really focusing on the championship. In terms of close rivals, Dan Hurlock and JT Tammy are the closest to Beninca, but nobody really close at the moment, to be honest. He is out front on his own, as he is in this race. Daryl Kruger, seems to be the only one to have had issues on lap 1, as we've got stoppers. We've got pit stops already on lap number 1 here. Now, what has gone on to Scar Pope and Peter Meyer? That's for penalties, okay. So nothing to worry about for those two, other than the fact they've got a penalty, and that will drop them down to the back of the field. Peter Meyer comes to a stop. He's coming to a stop for quite a while. Oh no, sorry, he's not to a stop yet. He will do that a little bit later, as they both go through. Actually, there's 2 drive-throughs, but yeah, it was indeed. So Pope and Meyer drop back from their drive-through penalties that I mentioned at the start of the day. There is one more from those who should be here today. Oh, 3 more, sorry, but they're not here, of course. Went through those a little bit earlier on in the day. That is off for somebody in the background. Now, is that Funk? It is. It's Ethan Funk who's off the road, just outside the top 10. Not sure how he's found himself out of there. And there he is, off the road. Did he collide with the wall at all, or is he just waiting to re-emerge onto the circuit, not in front of somebody? Going to be quite hard to do, to be honest. Now he does pull back onto the circuit again, rather tentatively. Vasilis Katranakis also has an issue off of the final chicane. One of those, not sure what they're called, but sort of bollards almost on the inside of that final corner, flying through the air there. So we now fly up to Robin Moling round a different part of the circuit. This is at Beckett's, just in behind Becky Ely-Clark, who's starting to create a bit of a train behind her now. Going through the Chapel curve, now under the bridge on the Hanger Straight. Herlock is actually closest to Moling, and he's going to go through on the inside, is he? No, just indeed he does actually. Sorry, outside line he goes through into the fast right-hander. That's at Stowe corner, roughly the same as what it is today. Club is just one right-hander, as you will have noticed that. Oh, and that's a spin, and Herlock's gone just through Club corner. He got oversteering and he's got it wrong. Ross mentioned it to us at the start of the day that Club corner is one of those that can really kill you if you get it wrong, and that is how it's happened. Well, oh, and there's more spins in the background as well. It's Club corner again. Ross's prediction at the start of the day coming very, very true. It's Carl Stroll and Ethan Funk this time, who have both seen each other off the circuit. That very same corner again. Vasilis Katranakis is one of those to make up places as a result. Es Herlock, though, 16th place after that early spin. Carl Stroll picks himself out of the grass. Will have to dust himself off, and he's back again in 23rd with Funk, who spun with him as well. Only caught the back end of that. Not sure what happened at the beginning of it, to be honest. There's Funk, just one position further back. He's got a lot of work to do to get back through the field here, and fortunately, a lot of time to do it. There he comes off of the first corner, around the outside Maggots, and he will indeed get back into 23rd place. There's Katranakis, who gained those 2 places a couple of moments ago. I mentioned it, but he's now up to the top 20 in the Lancia. Just in behind Brian Hall, I think that is, just in front. And even further up the road, oh, that's a look down the inside there from Ross Smith, who has a peek at Elko Bussing, not able to go through. Next in line is Petrovki, leads in the AM class. So we've got Pro-Am leader and AM leader, line astern as it stands. Pretty unusual to see the 2 classes run so close like that. After all, the other Pro-Am drivers are further down. McCoffin only 10th. I think would lose the championship lead as it stands. Things stay as they are. Indeed so. And now we go to Ross Smith, who's currently leading the way. And Beckett's for Bussing, and we go up to Oliver Day. Tom Lane is just the one in front. Day is surely going to fly on through here down the inside. Indeed, get up into the top 5. Oh, so loose there from Tom Lane. He did a good job of saving it through Stowe corner, that one. He just got really sideways, really right out sideways, and gathered it up just in time. That was very good car control indeed. He can move on now in the top 5. Oliver Day has only finished in the top 5 once this season, actually. That came at Daytona. Very dramatic race that had a great bit of fuel saving towards the end. Katranakis now goes off at Club. It's exactly where he gained those places not so long ago. This time it is he who's gone for a spin. Side by side for 11th meantime, as JT Tammy tries to regain some championship points, among other things. George Angelidis goes wide, and Dan Herlock's going to go straight back through. So Herlock had dropped outside the top 20 with his spin earlier on, but he goes straight back through into 11th position. That was good driving from Herlock. That's 3 in the rearview mirror through Beckett's. And he can now set his eyes forward on regaining that top 10, which McCoffin and Bussing are battling over. Might be not quite, you can't quite see it at the bottom of your screen there. But McCoffin through into 9th position on that overtake. see Lalonde just in behind George Angelidis in the background, by the way. Seems Lalonde. Bit of a slide round Club. Such a great corner to watch these cars go through, I've got to say. Thoroughly enjoying that that right-hander. Into the chicane now for Bussing. And out of Luffield. There's McCoffin in the background. As I say, they were quite close, the two top of the pro-ams, but now two cars between them as Moling has a look down the inside of Becky Lee Clark, that is, battling for third place. And that's a good exit from Moling as well. The Porsche, Ross Smith mentioned it to us at the start, it was going to be difficult to beat, and well, Moling is getting a good run here. Probably going to have a look. No, not quite. Not on this occasion. On that March 84G Porsche, driven by Becky Ely Clark. The way fifth place in the championship standings. 2 podiums to her name so far. 31 points is the gap off the top of the championship as again through Club Corner. Just put a camera on there on that corner all day and just watch them all go by. Absolutely fascinating to watch. This older layout of Silverstone. There's Maximilian Petravki, who is just in behind Ross Smith. Smith is not battling for points here because they're not class positions. Sorry, they're overall positions. But that really does matter. The fact they're overall positions, not for points, as I say, but it is for just a bit of a safety margin to the nearest rival in prime, which is Tony McCoffin, who is now over 2 seconds behind. Meanwhile, Matt Sibioni is out of the race. He has DNF'd. He's down in 25th. Well, he's going to be 26th, sorry, and he has retired from this race, unfortunately for him. So that is a real shame, but it was always going to happen. This circuit very, very punishing indeed. And it has found its first victim here, Matt Sibioni. There he is, down on pit lane. And that is the end of his day. Unsure from this camera angle. I'm not sure if we're able to get any proper garage shots to see what has actually gone on there, or whether we're just going to have to speculate. But he is DNF'd, and that might be the end of that for him here today. Good evening to everybody watching along, to Mr. Rees, Kim and Stacey, as always, watching this 250-kilometre race from Silverstone, and Stacey putting across the point that it is going to be a very, very fast race here today. High average speed around Silverstone. Monza race only completed in 1 hour of 14, and that was similarly quick. Is a similarly quick racetrack back in 1985 to what this circuit is as well. A couple of chicanes added by that point. It's not quite proper old school Monza, because by 1970, the 70s actually, they'd properly added some chicanes to that racetrack. But nevertheless, it is similar at Silverstone. In fact, even less chicanes round here as Herlock goes round the outside of Maggots to get the inside at Beckett's, and that's what I mean. I've got to apologise for the cameras on occasion. It may well cut away from the battles. Not sure why it wants to see Vasilis Katrinakis just at the moment, but he's running 22nd in that battle, and indeed here it is. Herlock gets through to 8th, though he's not past Ross Smith yet. Petravki next involved, and Bussing's going to get past Petravki. So Max Petravki was involved in that battle. On a poor exit off of Chapel. He's now passed into the Stowe corner by Oko Bussing, so through he goes rather nicely. Lots of chopping and changing going on for 15th at the moment between Descartes, Taugren, Angelidis and Jules Lalonde. I have a feeling that Lalonde and Angelidis have both been off the road as well. They are dropping down the field, unfortunately. Again, not sure we're going to find out why until we start to patch some of this race together after it's finished. He wants to catch up with him now. There you go, Jules Lalonde. With Angelidis not far in front, but these two have come to blows in that battle for 14th place, unfortunately, or 15th as it is now. That has dropped them a long way down. Dahlgren and Ducati Grain pretty close together. There is Angelidis, who is 21st and has some work to do to get back through the field again. Here's one of those in the AM Championship who is right up there in contention with the others. Peter Meyer is level on points with him coming into this race. At the moment, Meyer's still 25th, so he's going to be gaining points. On board we go with Oko Bussing. I'll let you listen in for a sec. And a spin in front, just in front of Oko Bussing for Ross Smith, the Pro-Am class leader. Through that Luffield chicane, goes into a spin, and that is going to allow McCoffin right back into the game here. In fact, he's gathering it up quite quickly, so he's not too far behind, but look at that. Now the AM leader is ahead of the Pro-Am leader as Maximilian Petrovsky gets in front, but he goes off into the grass, slides. Great save, by the way, but two scary moments for two of our three class leaders in the space of a couple of corners there. That was quite remarkable, that save from Maximilian Petrovsky. In time, Herlock gets down the inside of Tom Lane. He recovers to 6th place. It's a great recovery from Herlock, really is. Yeah, brilliant recovery. Currently 20 points behind Beninka in the championship standings. Beninka currently in 2nd place in this race. Going to be putting more distance between himself and his closest championship rival by the current looks of this one. As Katranakis, who the automatic camera operator seems to enjoy. Running on his own at the moment in 24th position, but we'll maybe go back to him when Peter Meyer is close. Hopefully we're shown that, because that's the start of a run back through the field that's required here for Peter Meyer, really. Can't afford to just sit back there and wait for the race to come to him. That penalty has set him a long, long way back as we go to Ross Smith, looking to regain some of those places that were lost in that slide and half spin through the final corners. JT Tummy and Tom Lane. Oh, Tom Lane DNFs. And unclear at the moment quite why that is. Not entirely sure. Just for and a big slide in front of Ross Smith there for Petrovsky. Is he going to pull it up in time for Stowe? It looks like he just about will. Here's Becky Ely Clark meantime running 4th place and running a decent race as things stand. As I mentioned, 5th place in the overall championship. Part of the Rookie Lobsters team, which is a good team though. But they're currently in 4th place. Tom Lane is out of the race, unfortunately for him. It's the 3rd race he's not gotten to the end of. Usually the other two he didn't get to the slot of either, so that don't really count. But this is the first time he has properly DNF'd, which has come here today, which is a real shame. This is Silverstone on the back of Kruger, Daryl Kruger. I think might have had an issue on lap number 1 to drop down the field. There is Scarpo. 17th position for her after that penalty earlier on. Big slide for Katranakis, and there is Peter. Oh no, that's not Peter Meyer, that's Beninka by the looks of it. This is lap traffic now for the leaders. Daniel Kirby and Eduardo Beninka are in lap traffic already. And what a long afternoon they've got ahead of them now, as JT Tami has a look down the inside of Ross Smith. Again, super close coming into Stowe. I'll let you listen in again. There's the bit of vision. There's the sounds of the MCUT for Aston Martin of JPBroadcasting. It's actually one of only 3 drivers in an MCUT C84 Aston Martin here today. Scar Pope and Peter Meyer being the other ones. So he's the only one in that manufacturer without a penalty so far today, which is a little unusual. I'm sure you can appreciate. Meantime, this is Ross Smith on the back of Maximilian Petravki. There's Petravki just running a little bit wide in front there in Stowe Corner. Leading the AM class as things stand and leading by some distance there to Jerry Chen. This is a great performance at the moment from the AM driver. A top 10. A huge day for Petravki. 4th place in the championship standings currently after a real hit of being disqualified at Le Mans. He's been on the podium at every other race he started here this season. And this has been a good start to this race. To answer Stacey's question in the YouTube chat, I don't know why Tom Lane retired, unfortunately. To try and get some info off of these drivers themselves, because I'm not entirely sure in most of occasions who or why these drivers have retired in some of those occasions. Max Sibioni retiring because of PC problems by the looks of things. He may have had a crash as a result of PC problems, but he says that's the root cause for it anyway. At the end of today. I'll try and get some info off Tom Lane in the meantime as to why he has retired from this race. It's Dan Hurlock on the back of Oliver Day. Just plenty of historic racing, that's for sure. Enjoying these historic sports cars in the Virtual World Sports Car Championship, rather. Back simulating a year this season where the World Sports Car Championship was actually called the World Sports Car Championship back in the 80s. In fact, it was up until it disbanded, I think, in the 90s. Or something along in that time period. This is Ross Smith, meantime. JT Tammy just in behind. And Petravki has had a spin here or something, because he's now not even 12th. Jerry Chen's right with him and might be about to go through on him as well, actually. Here it is, out of Woodcote. Petravki has had some real trouble here, and now he's under big pressure for this lead. He's on the inside though, at Copse Corner. That will always help you to stay in front, as he does through turn 1. That was pretty tight there. And he gets away with it this time. Goodness me. There's Oliver Day, who is now in 6th position. Out of Woodcote he comes, and he will just try and stay with Hurlock for as long as he can here, really. No point in doing much else. He cannot do much else in this situation, I would wager. On lap 18 here, we get to 1/3 distance already. We've barely started racing. We're barely getting into this race at the moment. We've got a very, very long way to go in terms of kilometres, not in terms of lap time though. This is going to fly by here this afternoon in the Virtual World Sports Car Championships, 250 kilometres of Silverstone. Further up front, Hurlock now on the back of Becky Ely-Clark as they skip past another lap car here. Lap traffic going to become a real factor of this race very quickly, as there's already 4 drivers 1 lap down. There's going to be more over the course of the rest of this race, because we're already 1/3 of the way through here. I would guess that we're only going to end with 7 on the lead lap. There's my prediction for the afternoon anyway. Seventh place, you're already more than 30 seconds off of the lead, although it's not an exact science, of course. As Magnus Dahlgren gets past Tony McCoffman further down the field. That's Dahlgren getting up into the top 10 now for the first time. I believe the first time all afternoon, actually. Look at this, already completed over 83 kilometres in just 20 minutes or so. This is absolutely remarkable stuff in these machines. They are quite the machines as well, they are. Through Stoke corner again for Scarpo, and this is Katranakis stopped from 24th. It's not clear at the moment why he has had to come to a stop, and he now restarts again here. He was stopped just on the pit entry there, and again not entirely sure what happened. Word through from Tom Lane as to what his retirement was about. Lost it at turn 1 and got damage. He's decided not to take on the repairs and recover. He decides to take the DNF here this afternoon, and that's crash damage through turn 1, official word of retirement for Tom Lane. We jump back to battle for 13th place in the meantime. Jerry Chen just in front of Maximilian Petravki as they battle for the AM lead. Into the very fast Chapel corner they go. Chapel corner, Abbey corner. Out they go now, and now onto the chicane. Close, but not close enough. Petravki looking to regain this position after having lost it in the earlier part of this race in his incident, small incident as it was. Now we go back to the battle for 4th again, Becky Ely-Clark versus Dan Hurlock. This is a sign really that Hurlock is starting to get up to the guys in the field who are just a little bit quicker really, because earlier on he was racing past these cars, absolutely racing past them. Nowadays it's less of a struggle, or more of a struggle, sorry. As he works his way up the field. But now he's managed to do it, up into 4th place. Becky Ely-Clark has no choice but to just chase on now, out of the onto the next lap. And so Dan Hurlock is now into 4th position. In the pro standings, Hurlock is the closest rival, in case you weren't with us earlier, the closest rival to Eduardo Beninca, 20 points further back, Hurlock. And the way it's going right now, he is going to lose a few more of those points. Meantime, this is Jerry Chen. Now, where has Petravki gone? Because Jerry Chen looks like he's had issues here, I'm afraid. Looks like there's been problems for the AM leader. Very brief AM leader he was, but trouble there as we now get to Ethan Funk, who's on the back of Petravki himself. Slides his way through that chicane at the end of the lap as Gilles Lalonde now gets down the inside of Brian Hall after a couple of moments there where we're just starting to quiet down a little bit. It's starting to get loud again here. Starting to get very, very busy out there on the racetrack again. as these two are proving at the moment. Gilliland gets through. This is Ethan Funk again on the back of Maximilian Petrovsky now. A good evening, by the way, or afternoon rather, to Sean Campbell, who's tuned in. It is indeed myself, Ewan O'Leary, here alone here today, by the way. Unfortunately, a couple of issues preventing one of my co-commentators from being able to get here. But that's very much enjoying the 250 kilometres from Silverstone. It would have been awkward indeed if you'd have accused someone else of being me, but no, there you go. Here's Scar Pope, just in front of Cole Strual now. Scar tries to regain some of these places after the penalty of earlier on. Pope is already a lap down, unfortunately, but as the leaders go through, you'd imagine you'll be able to pick off a lot of these drivers as well. Through the Stowe corner goes Petrovsky. In chase now, Funk, who's recently through into 13th position. On a change between those two as Petrovsky goes wide again there through Abbey Curve. It really becomes a corner on this layout. Out of the final turn, just in front of Magnus Dahlgren here, it's Ross Smith getting past some lap traffic. Ross Smith, the leader of the Pro-Am class again. Again, he's just trying to keep that buffer to McCoffin behind as we get 30 laps to go now. Oh, and off in the background. Speaking of McCoffin, Ross Smith trying to keep as many cars between himself and his closest prime rival, and there you have it in the background. Tony McCoffin going for a big spin down there, coming out of Chapel. And that's the end of that battle almost between those two. Well, it is for now anyway. Sure, it will recommence a little bit later on this afternoon, but wow. Meantime, Dahlgren has a look, and clearly not much of the pressure lifted off the shoulders of Ross Smith just for the moment, because Dahlgren is still right there, and it is unclear, at least to me at the moment, whether Ross Smith will have even known that's happened behind him. Maybe he will have noticed it, but he'd have to have been looking behind him at the time to have known straight away. I do find somewhat unlikely, to be honest, but you never know. Now around the right-hander they go at Beckett's. Now on to the hanger straight. I'm just not quite close enough there in that Porsche. As Ross was telling us before the show, or at the start of the show rather, slightly more well-fancied car to have at this venue. Towards Club, he has a look there, just Dahlgren, but no way through. And there is Bussing behind Oliver Day. Day has just started to slip and slide a little bit, really, in this field, and he might be about to slip further. Bussing round the outside, into the lead, into sixth place. Sorry, he at least leads Oliver Day. And the way that pass happened, you'd expect that gap is not going to be coming back again anytime soon, I wouldn't have thought. This is a good drive so far from Bussing in the Porsche. That 3 Porsches inside the top 6. You can imagine he'll be able to make it in the top 5 as well. As only 4.5 seconds up to Becky Ely-Clark. As Vasilis Katronakis also now continues on. It cut back to him again just briefly. That car in front of these guys as well now. Might be Brian Hall. He will just stay to the left-hand side through Woodcote. Corner that when this layout of Silverstone was in real time, if you like, in 1988, and indeed through from 87 to 1990. Woodcote chicane had gone, so Woodcote had become a flat-out corner again, only not quite with the unrelenting huge speed that it used to have. That has very much gone away, and probably a good thing as well for safety reasons, that one. Definitely a good thing. In fact, lots of these corners though on this layout, as you can see, still super fast. Oh, off Jerry Chen, off through the Luffu chicane. Goodness me! Now he has started to slip in the AM standings here. He's now behind all of the pro-ams, which hasn't been the case for a while. And look at the traffic coming through here. It's a real traffic jam, and off around the other side of the circuit, Daryl Kruger runs wide through Beckett's, and that allows Peter Meyer to get up into 22nd. Well, dear oh dear. All happening in a matter of moments there around different parts of the racetrack. Alon slides just a little, coming out of Beckett's now as well. He's on the back of Carl Stroll, or 18th place. George Angelidis only a second further in front, then Scott Pope just in front of them. You can see it, right-handed. Through, oh dear, what's Petrovsky done here? The top 2 in AM, both off in a matter of moments with each other there. Well, not together, but around other parts of the circuit. That was out of turn 1 for Petrovsky this time round. That's where, unfortunately, the end of the road was reached for Tom Lane in this race. He's one of our 2 retirements, alongside Matthew Simeoni, who had, Simeoni, I should say, who had technical problems today. Meantime, Gilles Lalonde down the inside of Carl Stroll, and Stroll's going to get straight back through again with a cutback through Kopp's corner. Lalonde in front just about, and there's oh wow! Becky Leclerc skating on the brakes there down to Beckett's. It's a proper braking zone in this layout, proper braking zone, and well, just about gets away with sliding into the corner there. Dear me. Oh, Scott Pope out the race meantime. What has happened to Scott Pope? Had a penalty at the start of the day. 4th place at the start of the day, don't forget. But unfortunately, the retirements are starting to stack up now for the driver of number 21. Retirements in accident damage before tonight at Sebring and Monza. This looks like it might be another one. Once he gets to the end of races, generally does well. Podiums at Daytona, a win at Le Mans, the big races, but unfortunately here at Silverstone, another one of those big circuits, although it's not a long race, goes off the road and is out here in the second half of this one. Dahlgren, meantime, down the inside of Ross Smith, who can just see that he's got nearly 20 seconds of an advantage now, and he's just toning it back, didn't decide to fight it too hard, and rightly so as well, coming through that right-hander. So some of the closest battles out there on the circuit at the moment. There's 25 to go, including the one that we have just started right now with Daniel Kirby. In fact, the one that's just about to be completed, lap 30, about to reach its end as Jerry Chen. The one we now join up with, now 20th place. Look at this. He was running in second in the AM class, chasing down Petravki, and if he'd have just held it on the road, with hindsight, he would have been through on Petravki with the issues that were about to befall the race leader. No. Meanwhile, Jules Lalonde just in front of Stroll. Well, that's not Stroll. Right behind him. Oh, big snap as he comes out of Luffield. He will let one of the leaders go through here. Trying to work out at the moment who that might be. There's somebody running relatively in the midfield. Might be Bussink even. No, I'm just guessing there, really. Either way, Lalonde able to get back in now. Oh, and Petravki goes for a spin. What a topsy-turvy day in the AM class so far. What a strange day we've had in this class. Petravki again off the road and somehow still leads the race. Meanwhile, Ethan Funk is still in 11th with Ross Smith just in front there. For the traffic around as well. So many cars close together. It's not actually a very long circuit, Silverstone. Lots of the additions in length that have been made. I mean, nowadays, Silverstone is 3.5 miles, nearly 6 kilometres long, but this circuit is about 25% shorter than that. Shows you how much distance can be applied when all of the other business that is now attached to this circuit can bring. Just waits for the cutback out of Luffield. Again, no points on the table for this, and Ross Smith might be a little bit more helpful than he might have been otherwise, because Ethan Funk is not in his class, but would have been a bit of a useful driver to have right in there, just to act as a safety buffer for Smith, but for the moment, just necessarily need that with the gap that he's got, and Funk is starting to try his luck there. Down the inside, oh, and he clips the curb. Clips the curb through Beckett's, that is, and he's got to redo a lot of that hard work there. Well, any hopes of moving further forward into the top 10 dashed for the moment. Miss Dahlgren, the next driver in the class, that he will be chasing as we go to Philippe Ducati. He's just got George Angelidis and Jules Lalonde right behind. Ducati driving a very smart race so far, I would say. It's not been on our cameras too much, but that's not a bad thing. Not always a bad thing, anyway. Means he's staying out of trouble, not getting himself involved in incidents at the very least, and that is a good thing. 20 laps to go at the end of this one here as Ilka Bussing applies the pressure to Becky Ely-Clark. Done a good job since qualifying as Ely-Clark to hold on to the positions that she can, but facing an uphill battle here this afternoon, that's for sure. We go back to that group in the further back end of the pack. Ducati, Lalonde, Angelidis, Stroll, all 4 in a row back here in this part of the field. We'll probably just touch on again what this race would mean for the AM standings at the moment, with Peter Meyer so far down. George Angelidis, I think, would take the championship lead, although with Jerry Chen around it makes it more difficult. Although having said that, of course, Jerry Chen's had his issues in the last 10-15 laps or so. So it would give Angelidis the championship lead, but what a great fight for the title we're going to have in this class this year. 5 rounds to go after this one. As we hit the halfway stage in this race, actually, we hit the halfway in the season also. Hockenheim, Motorsports, Spa, Brands Hatch, Fuji, Sandown. That's 6, isn't it? I can't count. So we are literally halfway at the end of this race, sorry, in this 12-round season. 12 is more than the amount of fingers I've got. I couldn't work it out. So at the end of today, still another half of the season to go to work out who's going to be champion of these of the series this season. These 3 classes, of course, that are being fought over, as always. Gives everybody a chance to get in amongst it for a class championship, a class win. This, though, by far the closest battle out there on the circuit at the moment. 4 drivers covered by really not much at all. So fast approach, 2/3 distance here. Very, very quickly indeed. This mid part of the season filled with shorter rounds because of the average speed you get round here. Don't forget, 3 of the first 4 rounds were timed races. 2.4 hours at Daytona and Le Mans, and Sebring 1.2 hours. Like a relatively short race at the time, but Monza and Silverstone, that's for sure. Hockenheim going to be much the same. Motorsport, though, is going to be something a little bit different when we get to that. In 2 weeks' time, that's next week, 2 weeks' time, we'll be live with that one. And then Spa, which is almost, or at least in 1985 anyway, was run on very similar layout to what we have today in the world of motorsport. In terms of track layout, I'm talking, of course. That bus stop chicane added in 1981, slight change made to it, as the pit lane was moved around to be what we now know as the Grand Prix front straight in that at that venue. Earlier, we're not quite running on the 1985 layout of Silverstone, so I'm just hesitating there for a moment to tell you about the layout we're going to have at Spa too much, but it's going to feel very familiar. Some of the surroundings anyway might be a little bit different, as they are here, as you can see, of course, with some of the advertisements and so on. The font, but obviously the track layout, obviously a big giveaway around here. At Spa, Brands Hatch, Fuji, Sandown still to come before the end of the season as well. Fuji in an older layout, it's going to be a really good one to watch as well. If you're a fan of Fuji but you dislike the last chicane, like almost everybody I've ever spoken to about that circuit, you're in luck for that race, I can tell you. Meantime, Angelidis tries to hold on to his championship lead by keeping as many places as possible here. In a big bit of defending he's going to have to do in the final third of this race to keep that championship lead. Should lead the championship anyway, but keeping those two behind will be a big, big help to get on his way. Bobby Funk in that 11th position on the back of Ross Smith again. He's re-caught up again after that spin as Peter Meyer is in pit lane in the MCA. Unsure as to, again, why that is. Just for the moment. Now Kruger is 21st. He's stayed out the pit lane a little bit more eagerly here today, which is positive news for him. There's Katranakis. Oh, and he's off down at the chicane. It's definitely the shavings of some grass and some dirt, some dust being kicked up there from Katranakis. He's been off the road down at the final corners, only in front now of Peter Meyer. That's been lapped by Katranakis, so he's 4 laps down on the overall leader. Going to prove to be a long road back for Meyer, and he will lose that championship lead. Looks pretty clear at this stage now. He will lose his championship lead this afternoon. Look again down the inside for Funk. Smith stays in front in that 10th place. He's doing a fantastic job at the moment. Really is. Defends well. He kept those pros in behind him when he needed a bit of a buffer back to Tony McCoffin, when his big rival was a bit closer, in all honesty. Now though, even though he needs to worry about it less, he is still not letting up with that. He is staying consistent, making sure he is where he needs to be, in the right place at the right time. Exactly what you need from a race leader, and maybe a future champion in the Pro-Am class this season. He's going to bring to an end a run of 3 wins in a row for McCoffin if he can hold on these final 15 laps. It's the American rounds at the start of the season. He's won all the European rounds so far until today, if this holds all the way to the line. That's Robin Moling. Not seeing much of him here this afternoon, but he's running in 3rd place for the Retro Monsters Porsche 956 team. So far this season has gotten just the 1 podium to his name. That came at Sebring. The team that currently run 3rd in the standings, just 13 points now behind Scar Pope and JT Tammy leading the way, although these two are not scoring very many points cumulatively today. Scar Pope's DNF not helping that, of course, but penalty at the beginning made it very difficult for to begin with anyway, I would say. Tommy only running 8th as it stands. Now it's Ethan Funk just in behind Ross Smith. Continues to apply that pressure. How can he get through here though? He's proving to find this very, very difficult as it stands. to get to that settled part in the race where it does get more difficult to overtake, but Funk gets through. And Ross Smith now will no longer have such a safety buffer there in terms of track position anyway. He does still have Timon Subic right behind him. Well, not right behind him, but between himself anyway and Tony McCoffman, who is over 20 seconds behind. He went with us earlier on, by the way. Ross Smith said that he might join me on commentary if he retires from this race at some point, but doesn't look like that's going to happen at the moment. He's going to do all he can to stay in it from here. Said there was a 50-50 chance that he would be off the road and out in the first part of the race. It's looking like a pretty outlandish thing to say now, isn't it, really? The way this one's going. Oh, and off. Elko Bussing off and sliding all over the place as well. That was difficult. George Angelidis now will try and get back through as well on Maximilian Petrovsky. This could be pretty big. Side by side for the two. Oh, and they get away with it somehow through the very fast left-hander, I should say. Not a long left-hander, but very, very fast. Too late on the brakes though for Petrovsky. Just about pulls it up in time. That was really close again there to him going off the road down there. And now he has to let Angelidis through. Not sure why. He's pulled off to the left-hand side there, though. And Angelidis goes straight through. Not sure what that's all about, in all honesty. All side by side just in front. There's more lap traffic there, which most of the passes that are happening out on the circuit at the moment are indeed that filter of lap traffic, as Angelidis and Petrovsky very nearly hit each other again. Angelidis not as quick off of Stowe than what Petrovsky was expecting there. And now try and come through with the run on the way through club. The scene of where they were side by side only a lap ago. No such heroics being repeated here. There's Ethan Funk. It's now in 11th place, again behind Ross Smith, so he's having a proper yo-yo day today. Bussing, meantime, has got a penalty. Pit stop, rather. Does he have to drive through for track limits, or does he come to a stop? I see somebody stopped in pit lane, actually, at the moment. But then on our tower on the left-hand side, it's not showing him as stopped. Even though I'm pretty sure I saw somebody stopped on the way through there. With the right-hander for Petrovsky and Angelidis. Petrovsky not letting this one go for the moment. This is where he went very nearly too deep on the brakes a couple of laps ago. He's going to have to be late this time. Inside line, gets it done at Luffield. That was a very nice move made in the end. Very nicely done on the inside line. Up into 16th place overall again. Yeah, as well, that's second in the class. Perhaps why it's ever more important at this stage. Outside line for Angelidis, too deep though. Whoa, he very nearly goes off at Cops and slides as he's trying to get the power back down on the exit. That was close to disaster for Angelidis, who very much needs these points in the AM-class battle with Peter Meyer down. He needs every point he can get right now to put some distance between himself and his rivals. Meanwhile, this is JT Tummy flying the flag for the MK C84 Aston Martins. They've not had a particularly good day today for one reason or another, not necessarily the manufacturer fault really. Tummy looks to put the pressure on and get through onto that 6th place. And Oliver Day, who's just generally lost places over the course of this race, unfortunately for him. Into the final 10 laps though, this is now sort of a realistic amount of time to defend for. Which is something that couldn't really be said earlier on about any of the gaps really, any of the battles. A little bit wide there from Day as he comes through Beckett's. JT Tommy will try and get the exit and try and come through here. On the way down into Stowe Corner, gets into the slipstream, has a peak. Can't go through on the inside line. But he's forced him into an error anyway. Oliver Day goes wide. Here comes Tommy on the inside line. And before Club Corner, he is up into 6th place. Hey guys, by the way, earlier on I was fearing they might even drop a lap down here because of the pace that Daniel Kirby is applying on the rest of the field, as Oko Bussing applies a bit of pace there for a 1:19.3. But yeah, no such trouble for these guys now. Shouldn't be anyway. As Petravki is on a mission, isn't he? Oh, that's too late on the brakes, and there may have been contact there with Philippe Ducati, who is 3rd in Pro-Am, and he's been pushed to the outside there by Maximilian Petravki, who muscles his way through up into 15th place. He is on an absolute mission here. 12 seconds to catch Jules Lalonde in only 9 laps. It's a very tall order indeed. Laps, in fact. The lead is only just behind him, Daniel Kirby, ready to put him a lap down for a 2nd time this afternoon. So Petravki has got to go a little bit quicker here. He's got to catch at least a 1.5 seconds a lap on Jules Lalonde, who's leading this race in the prime class. Last time around, he gained only 9/10 of a second. As much as that is not quite enough for him. There is Ducati. I think he'll be best pleased about that. 1:17.3 from Bussing. My goodness me, that's quick. Of course, has just come out of the pit lane, and so that might be playing a role, but that is 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. He is targeting that fastest lap. I've got no doubt about that since his pit stop. That is a very, very quick time. My word. Speaking of pit lane, Peter Meyer has now found himself there. He will lose his points lead in the AM Championship this afternoon. That much is looking pretty clear now. Ducati lets through another one of those faster class cars. That may have even been the leader. There's Peter Meyer, 7 laps down now in pit lane again here. It's clear he's going to lose his points lead, but it won't be to Jerry Chen, who you just saw on your screen there. Daniel Kirby, meantime, he is now going to get through in Ducati, so I went a bit early on that before, but let's listen in to the current race leader. There he is, 6 laps to go, Daniel Kirby. It's one of the chasers, Robin Moling, who looks like he's on his way to a podium this afternoon. He's not going to catch up to Beninka. Kirby. Last time round he gained 1.1. Kirby does a 1:20.5 this time round. Waiting for Beninka to cross the line now. What's the time going to be from him? It's a 1:21.2, so there's a fluctuation in it. It still gained 6/10 over the course of the 2 laps, but even so, that's just evened itself. In fact, it'd be probably less than 6/10 actually over 2 laps. Needs to get a lot more than that with 6 to go. Needs at least 3/4 of a second a lap there to get to Daniel Kirby in time before the close of this race. As Jerry Chen goes down the inside, that's a look on one of the lap cars. He is trying to chase down Cole Stroll to rescue as many points as he can before the finish of this race. This is Tony McCoffman, who will lose points to Ross Smith as well, but it's not a disaster by any means. He will still be right around Ross Smith at the end of the day as far as points are concerned, but his winning streak of 3 in a row from these first 3 European races of the season will now come to a close. More traffic for Kirby. This is what will be sending these two, by the way, fluctuating in terms of lap times. A lot of difference being made with the traffic found in front of these two. As we get 5 laps remaining now in the race. Moaning slice, look at that. So they've been doing that every time on the way to the chicane. He is muscling this car around, looking for another good lap, just like he had last time. This time he can set a personal best if he's really going well. Well, it's a personal best final sector. There you go. About a second away from his best lap, so it's he's unlikely to get one of those. There is Ross Smith. Be wary of that driver right in behind him there, because that, I believe, is the race leader. Oh, big slide for Beninka in the background as he tries to chase on. It's Jerry Chen, 3.5 seconds behind Stroll still. He needs a couple more points here, and Stroll would, passing him anyway, would get him those places, those points. Not sure he's quite going to manage it at the moment, though. He's finding this difficult. And there's McCoffman. 12th position as it stands. Bussink next, just under a second behind, racing through, of course, on those. He would have had new tyres. That may have to be corrected after the race. Peter Meyer still in pit lane. Unfortunately, that's the end of his day. He will finish 8th in the AM class today, which is a real shame. Only 3 points awarded for 8th place. When you compare it to the 20 points that the race leader is going to be gaining in the AM class today. There goes Bussing on McCoffman. No surprise that pass is made. Look at the difference in grip for those two. It's absolutely startling, the difference you can see. It flies through. McCoffman, though, consolidates second. He's 3/4 of a minute in front of 3rd place, and he is nearly more than 20 seconds, actually, a lot more, nearly half a minute actually behind Ross Smith, who leads this race in the Pro-Am class. You enjoy the sights and sounds of that Porsche on board through the end of the lap there. Didn't note actually when watching the onboard through Club Corner, which we are a corner or so away from here with Daniel Kirby, the race leader, that been a noticeable drop in spin through that corner. Not through Beckett's though, that's where Vasilis Katranakis has just gone off. And his pretty miserable day is going to end there in 22nd place, because that gap in front of him is just going to grow way too large now, and so are the gaps behind him. There's us live for Beninka. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier on, just a moment ago through Club. Those slides and spins through that particular place on the circuit have just flattened out, but for Beninka this is still a good day. He is the championship leader coming in here. He will extend that over Daniel Hurlock, who did a good job even to get back to fourth. But Beninka up in second is a big positive for the series leader. Ross Smith, the latest driver to go a lap down. There goes Daniel Kirby, and so Smith's victory is now a lap closer, as he doesn't have to do all 250 kilometres here today. He can instead just wait for the leaders to cross the line, and then it'll be over. Philippe Ducati only a second behind Angelidis as well here, pretty close. Again, congested in the field, and good to see so many drivers turning out for this race, and indeed staying in the race. So many of them for so long as well. But and Ducati's off. Big slide through Beckett's. He actually saves it rather nicely without going all the way around into a 360, but or a 180. But he does lose some time. Here comes Carl Sturl as well in that 18th place to maybe come straight past him. They're not in the same class, so they won't bother themselves too much with this one. On board with Sturl. They're about to start the final lap out front though. So they go onto the bridge for the penultimate time here. George just letting one of the lead lap drivers through. I think that's Bussink actually, who's actually a lap down himself, but also being let through. But there's Daniel Kirby. Trying to turn our focus really on him, because he is such a strong driver here in CMS Racing. Always has been. Hasn't done the historic season so far, but he's announced his arrival with flying colours here today. Beating Eduardo Beninka has been something that has been done on a few occasions this season, but it takes a strong driver to do it. As Angelidis spins, he'll be the AM points leader at the end of the day, or will he? As Jerry Chen goes past, well, all three of the top three in the AM class will finish off of the podium here at the end of the day. Late drama for George Angelidis. That is not what he needed, and that has cost him at least a few points, maybe more. Ducati, meantime, off the road as well at Stowe. Oh, and he might have found the wall. If not, he was close. And somebody else off with him as well, further up front. But into the final chicane comes Daniel Kirby. He will take the checkered flag, and he will win the race. It was Daryl Kruger as well who was off the road down there with Ducati, who also loses out to Brian Hall, by the way, for 19th. Not that will particularly bother him. There's Petrovsky, who finishes second in the AM class. Gilles Lalonde is going to win that class after Petrovsky led for most of the day. And Ross Smith will go from pole to leading for most of the day to blowing his engine over the line, because he's taken the victory. It's 9th place overall, but it's a Pro-Am victory for Ross Smith as well. It's much needed in this part of the 1985 season, because that gives him the championship lead back again from Tony McGoffin after he ended his 3-race winning streak here tonight at Silverstone. It's another fast and furious race in the Virtual World Sports Car Championship Historics. It was 8 cars on the lead lap by the end. Not, by the way, not the 7 I predicted, but it was a great race to go with it. Dahlgren will be the last one to come over the line. Again, though, a really, really quick race, like what we had at Monza only a few weeks ago at the start of July. Now we've had another one here from Silverstone. It's an unbelievable layout, this one, from the late 80s at this venue. Excuse me, at this venue. But what a place to go racing, and what a good race we were treated to as well. Daniel Kirby taking the victory here this time around. Not sure whether I'm going to be able to show you the results in the full normal way, or whether I'll just read them out. But Daniel Kirby certainly the race winner. ahead of Eduardo Beninca, who extends his Pro Class Championship lead. Robin Moling will join them on the podium. Daniel Hurlock came through the field rather nicely in the Pro Class here this afternoon to finish in 4th ahead of Becky Lee-Clark, who eventually stopped the bleeding of overtakes or drivers coming through. You can see the full results on your screen there. JT Tami was the latest one to try and come through, but just ran out of time at the end there, really. Couldn't quite do it. Oliver Day slipped through the field a little bit the same as well. Angus Dougan finishing in 8th place, with Ross Smith, our Pro-Am winner, in 9th. It was Ethan Funk to round out the top 10. In the end, with Ilka Bussink just on the other side. He came in for a pit stop and ended up with the fastest lap, and some very quick laps as well it was towards the end. Timon Suvic finished in 12th ahead of Tony McGoffin, whose race-winning streak comes to an end tonight. Deirs Lalonde wins in the AM class after trailing Maximilian Petrovsky, as did most in a lot of that race. Petrovsky, though, with one too many incidents, unfortunately, on that occasion. Finished 2 laps down alongside Carl Stroll, who was also on the AM podium. Jerry Chen, George Angelidis will continue their championship fight onwards. Brian Hall finished 19th ahead of Philippe Ducati, who rounded out the top 20. 21st was Vasilis Ketranakis, who was 3 down with Daryl Kruger, both of those two having their issues throughout the day. Peter Meyer was in the pit lane for the last 10 laps also. He had issues before that anyway, though, and loses his AM Championship lead. Scott Pope and Tom Lane were the 2 pros to fall by the wayside this afternoon, with Matthew Sibioni, the only AM driver to retire with technical computer problems today. Well, thanks very much for the kind words, by the way, there, Kim, and indeed watching along here with us this afternoon in the 250 kilometres of Silverstone. I believe we are going to be able to chat to some of the drivers at the end of the day. We are at very least going to be able to chat to Ross Smith, who has taken victory in the Pro-Am class here tonight. Ross, you were messaging us before the broadcast saying that there was a 50-50 chance you wouldn't even make it through the first part of the race without crashing or anything at any stage, but you've not only done that, you've led pretty much all of that race and taken the class win as well. How are you feeling at the end of that one? Yes, I can, yeah. A second win of the season, first since Sebring, which must be feeling like quite a long time ago now in the historic season. 8th of March, that was that round, of course, as you'll remember. But yeah, it's a win to book the trend of this season as well, because you got to remember that Tony McGoffin has won the last 3 races in a row. You were trailing him at Le Mans, for example, second on that day. You were on the podium at the last round as well. So it's not been like you've been having bad results, but he has won the last 3 in a row. And so it must be important not to let that run away as well. And this championship's properly close now in the Pro-Ams between at least you two and maybe some of the others as well. Absolutely. We look forward to it as well. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to, Ross, before we let you go tonight? Yes. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with him, Ross. As you say, you'll be you can stick around just for the back end. But once again, congratulations on the victory here tonight. Yes, let's go to the overall winner, Daniel Kirby, who has taken the 250 kilometres of Silverstone overall here tonight. Daniel, congratulations on the victory in the historics tonight, round 6 here at Silverstone. I've got to say, you and Eduardo Belinca were never more than about 5 seconds apart or so, but you had the race lead the whole way through. Just how often were you checking that gap, looking over your shoulder, and Eduardo still there, just lurking a few seconds further behind you? Just how much pressure did that create over the course of 54 laps tonight?
Yeah, a lot. I was pretty much checking gap every freaking corner. Especially after the first few laps, I just kind of like left him, and then the gap stabilized there right at like 4 or 5 seconds. And yeah, it was really tough to manage that because the car seems kind of difficult to be consistent with. So both of our lap times, one lap to the next, would be kind of swinging several tenths. So it was pretty difficult to stay consistent. But yeah, we were still able to maintain the gap, and I saved way too much fuel. I think I had 3 laps worth of fuel at the end, so I could have been pushing a little harder. But yeah, all I had to do was maintain that gap and try and hold on to it. So it was still really tough though.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I can imagine a little bit of a puzzler that you were able to get out to a lead, as you say, and then it just sort of stopped growing at a point early in the race, and then it was sort of the same from there until the finish. Do you have any explanation yourself as to why that might have been? Was there anything you were doing off the start that made it particularly obvious that you were going out for a fast start in this race?
Not really. I think I just pushed, like maybe I just had more confidence in the car early on, and I could just get to that limit a little bit quicker before Eduardo kind of got settled in, or maybe the tires just kind of like wore after a couple laps and then kind of evened the performance out or something. But whatever the case, it was good, good for the race.
Well, that's certainly good for your race. Absolutely, congratulations on the win. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go tonight?
Just the usual, everyone here at CMS and SGS for making these cars. This was actually my first race, I think, in this historic series. It was super fun.
It was good to see you for the first time in 2025. Daniel, congratulations on the win, and thanks for chatting to us again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Daniel Kirby, the overall winner here today from Silverstone. Gilles Lalonde has taken the AM victory here today and can also now join us. Gilles, welcome in. Good to have you with us, and congratulations on taking the AM class victory. It was Maximilian Petrovsky who led for most of the day, but you were able to slip through late on and take the win with a very minimal mistakes race, and it paid off in the end. Just tell us how you're feeling at the end of this race.
Oh, it's been a long time I've been with you guys. 2023 was my last time, so I'm happy. It was a weird race because I actually punted George, and we both went off, and then when we came back in, we were like 19 or 20th, and then I spun at the chicane, and now I was 22nd. And I just climbed up and climbed up. I used the boost a few times to pass people, and it worked. But I didn't know I was leading AM.
When did you learn that you were leading the race? Was it actually as you crossed the line at the end of the race you'd realised you'd won it, or was it before then?
It was after that I checked the result. What?
A nice surprise to have it at the end
Yeah.
of the race for sure with your first win of the season. Are you going to be aiming, I guess, to win another one throughout the remaining 6 rounds of the season?
Yeah, it's for sure. It's a sure thing. It's getting around the car. I chose the Lancia because it was the smallest car. But in the bumps, I paid dearly. Like in the chicane, at this track. It was, I had to wait for the turn to finish before reapplying power. If I would touch the throttle while doing the chicane, I would like the rear end would just open up on me, and it was the wheel upside down to keep it. Um, but it was it's a fun car, but it's twitchy.
Absolutely. Congratulations on making it work today and
Thank you,
getting
thank
the
you.
victory at Silverstone. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, George for putting it all together. It's fantastic work, and naturally Ross for doing these mods that are so drivable, so predictable. It's a fun work. So thank you very much, and thank you to you too, Ewan, because it takes somebody to do it, and you're there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jules, and once again, congrats on the win today.
Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
Thanks very much. That is Gilles Lalonde, victor from the AM class here today. Well, that is just about it from the 250 kilometres of Silverstone. Ross Smith still here to offer some final thoughts. These last 2 weeks, Ross, these last two rounds, should I say, have been very similar in some ways. We've gone back to the 250 kilometre racing that we just abandoned briefly for the 2.4 hours of Le Mans that we had in May, but we've returned after a bit of a late spring, early summer break in June to a real great season, I feel, of 250 kilometre races and some really fast circuits as well. It's producing some very fast races. What it means is over the course of an hour 20, hour and a quarter, you can't afford to really make any mistakes, and those mistakes are so easy to make around a place like here at Silverstone we saw, and of course Monza as well, like what we got last time. But it's producing some wonderful fast racing in these last couple of weeks. Just before we quickly go as well, the next round we've got, I believe it's actually before the next modern round, is a historic round in just 2 weeks from Hockenheim. Firstly, what's the give us the lowdown on what kind of era layout we're talking of in the Hockenheim race in 2 weeks' time, and what we might expect from that. I hate to throw you under the bus at the end, but the new Hockenheim was built in 2002. So there you go. It's it was. It was a little bit later. The things that really changed back in those days was basically the sort of layout of the chicanes, if you like. But the trip into the forest is going to be one that we very much enjoy. Of course, not a thing that we can do in real life anymore, but that's exactly what sim racing is for. We can take a circuit that's no longer used and we can bring it into this series, which is exactly what we're going to do in 2 weeks' time. Just rechecking the schedule. It is indeed the next race that we have in the Virtual World Sports Car Championship at all. So it will be a historic round to come next as well. And then the modern series will be back after that, as it's on a little bit of a break with a couple of historic rounds to come throughout the summer. 9th of August will be our next broadcast as we head into a number of weeks, actually, where bi-weekly rounds, effectively, from now until November, we've got bi-weekly rounds of the Virtual World Sports Car Championship 1985, the historic part of our series. It's very much a good part of the season to be following this series, that is for sure. 250-kilometre races all the way through from Hockenheim, Motorsports, Spa, Brands Hatch and Fuji, all every fortnight between now and the start of November. So make sure you come back and join us for that one. Next up, 2 weeks' time, 9th of August, same time as this broadcast here tonight. That will be 250 kilometres from Hockenheim. For now, though, that's all from us here at the Virtual World Sports Car Championship here for this week. I've been Ewan O'Leary on commentary here this afternoon for this 250-kilometre race at Silverstone. Until we see you in a fortnight's time again, it's goodbye for now.